Good evening and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, June 8th, 2026. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. At this time, I will look to Councillor Mako for the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabeg, Attawandaronk, and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor Mako, and welcome everybody to our council meeting this evening. We will start with the mayor's report, and we do get to start with some presentations to begin with. Before we get into the mayor's report, we have two special presentations tonight. We are joined in chambers by the St. Catharines CYO Rebels U15 boys basketball team, as well as the Governor Simcoe Symbotics team, and we are here to honor both of their teams for their recent accomplishments. So I will head down to the lectern and we will get started. So if I could just ask the players and coaches if you want to come on in and line up just behind me. We did something a little bit different this evening because the handing out of certificates and the individual photos does tend to take a lot of time. We took care of that all before we came in today. So we are going to just talk about the team and what an amazing job they did, and then we will take some photos. So we're joined by the St. Catharines CYO U15 Boys Division I Ontario Basketball Association's provincial champions. A little bit about St. Catharines CYO basketball. This volunteer-led organization has been committed to providing boys and girls in our community with a positive and an enjoyable experience of learning and competing in the great sport of basketball for more than 30 years. It was founded by Robert Miller, who is Councillor Greg Miller's father, for those who aren't aware. The boys U15 completed the regular season Ontario Basketball League with a perfect record of 16-0 on their way to a gold medal at the Ontario Basketball Association's provincial championships. The team also won 2 other tournaments during their impressive run this season. Add to this the fact that 2 of the team's players, Jacob Clayton and Dominic Mawaya, were among those identified by Basketball Ontario as ones to watch, and it's safe to say it has been a record year for the team. I want to give a special thanks to Dan Moyer and team manager Leanne Pemberton for volunteering their time and leading the boys to an impressive season on the court. Congratulations to the team, and thank you for representing St. Catharines so well at the provincial level. If we could all give a round of applause to the U15 boys. And then if we wanted to do team photos, so if everybody wants to come on in. Okay, so if we're putting the short one at the front, it should be me, right? Excellent. One more time, a round of applause. For being honest, I really just wanted to play around with the lectern. And now, at this time, I would like to call up the Governor Simcoe Symbotics team, if they could come up to the front. Very clearly, it is a red kind of night tonight. As they're coming up, I will introduce a little bit about the team. They were founded in 2003, and FRC Team 1114 Symbotics from Governor Simcoe Secondary School is a world-renowned robotics powerhouse based right here in our community. Comprised of dedicated local high school students and professional mentors, the team bridges the gap between classroom education and real-world engineering. The mission of Symbotics is simple: to inspire youth to become science and technology leaders by engaging them in exciting mentor-based robotics programming. Team 1114 is a member of the First Robotics Hall of Fame, a distinction they earned in 2012 by winning the prestigious World Championship Chairman's Award, the only Canadian team to ever earn this honor. They are widely regarded as one of the most successful and influential robotics teams in the world. Beyond building robots, the team actively fosters local economic and educational growth by hosting youth camps, running robotics workshops, mentoring elementary school Lego League teams, volunteering at community events, and advocating for accessible STEM education across the region. The 2026 season has been one of the most historic and accomplished campaigns in our team's 23-year history, showcasing the absolute best of our city's youth on the global stage. The team designed and built our 2026 robot, Symbot Tim, capturing back-to-back gold medals at local events. They secured the district event title at McMaster University alongside the Autonomous Award for Software Excellence, and went on to win the Niagara College district event right here at home, where they also took home the Gracious Professionalism Award, recognizing the team members for their sportsmanship and assistance of other teams. At the first Ontario Provincial Championships in Niagara Falls, Team 1114 went on a remarkable undefeated playoff run. Competing in the science division, the team captured the division title, won the Quality Award for Robust Mechanical Engineering, and ultimately won the entire Ontario Provincial Championship for the first time since 2022. This was the third provincial championship since the event's inception in 2017. During the tournament, their alliance set a global world record score of 868 points with 0 penalties. Ranking 5th overall in the world, the team traveled to Houston, Texas, to represent the municipality at the first World Championships. And competing against 600 teams from across the globe, Symbotics ranked 3rd in their division of 75 of the world's best teams, captaining the 2nd alliance and finishing the season as Archimedes Division finalists. I just want to say, Councillor Stevens and I had a chance to go out and watch these young folks, and I was a teacher before I did this. Watching what this team has accomplished, watching the way they work together, watching the way at the competitions, the way they helped other teams, the way they shared their knowledge with one another, the professionalism they exuded throughout. It's been absolutely impressive, and I tried to pump their tires as much as I could before we came in here, because it's rare you get to witness students who accomplish the way they have accomplished, not just on the local or the provincial or the national scene, but on the international scene. And the fact that Simcoe has been able to do this year after year for more than 2 decades is an incredibly impressive feat, and I think it speaks to the dedication of the team of mentors and the staff support. And I just, on behalf of the city, I want to say congratulations, and if we could give a round of applause to this fantastic group of young people. And I did want to give a special thank you as well to Councilor Williamson for bringing the idea forward to recognize the team. I think this is the first time we've ever recognized the team as long as I've been at council. So in the last 16 years, this is the first time we've done this, and I'm glad that we've been able to rectify that, and I look forward to this team coming back year after year because you just keep accomplishing great things. So with that, I think we will take a quick photo. Can I slide back? All right, oh yeah. So a couple things. First of all, everybody's got to come and crowd in. So let's have some folks crowd in the front and maybe crouch. So with that, we are going to take just a couple of minutes to grab a couple more photos out there. So we will take we'll say a 3-minute recess, and then we will be back. And we are back. Thank you, everybody, for the few extra moments. I will say, shout out to a couple of the Symbotics. One of the Symbotics kids looks at me and goes, "Do we get free tickets to council?" I'm like, "Man, you can come in and watch if you want." And then someone else said, "It's on YouTube." He goes, "Oh, okay, I'll just watch it on YouTube." I'm like, all right, so we're up to 17 people tonight watching on YouTube. All right, on to the rest of the mayor's report. It is not too lengthy tonight. Last week, I had the opportunity to attend the Federation of Canadian Municipalities annual conference in Edmonton alongside councillors Townsend and McPherson. The conference brought together municipal leaders from across the country to discuss the challenges facing our communities and to share ideas about what is working in other municipalities. A number of the sessions focused on issues that are very familiar to us here in St. Catharines, including housing affordability, homelessness, infrastructure funding, public safety, and economic development. We heard about successful approaches being used across Canada to increase housing supply, improve coordination between homelessness and mental health services, and make better use of municipal tools and assets to support community growth. There was also a significant discussion about the need for stronger federal and provincial partnerships, particularly when it comes to building the infrastructure needed to support growing communities. Conference also provided an opportunity to hear directly from federal ministers, opposition leaders, municipal experts, and community leaders about emerging issues facing municipalities. Delegates debated and adopted a number of policy resolutions related to mental health and addictions, support for local businesses, agricultural research, infrastructure funding, and public safety. These resolutions will help guide FCM's advocacy efforts with the federal government over the coming year. Most importantly, the conference gave us the opportunity to bring back new ideas and to build relationships with municipal leaders from across Canada and continue advocating for the priorities that matter most to the residents of St. Catharines. I want to thank councillors Townsend and McPherson for representing our community alongside me and for helping ensure that St. Catharines continues to have a strong voice on the national municipal stage. At the end of May, I was pleased to attend the Niagara Nutrition Partners 10th Annual Breakfast Gala. The event featured culinary stations run by high school students from across the region. More than $42,000 was raised in support of Niagara Nutrition Partners to help support student nutrition programs in both elementary and secondary schools across the region. I want to thank everyone for supporting this great event, and thanks to all the student culinary teams who made amazing food for all of us to enjoy. Also, at the end of May, I was pleased to act as the reviewing officer for 23 Squadron's annual ceremonial review. It's a pleasure watching the cadets on parade, and it was clear how much dedication has gone into this past year of training. So congratulations to all of the cadets on their inspection, and a thank you to all those involved in supporting 23 Squadron and all the other cadet squadrons across St. Catharines and Niagara. I finished the month of May by attending the 40 Under 40 Awards celebrations. The night was about celebrating the achievements of Niagara's emerging business and community leaders. Their success reflects the kind of talent and dedication that helps Niagara continue to grow. Congratulations to all of the folks honored this year, and a special thank you to Marilyn Tian and Business Link Media Group for organizing the event and celebrating the talent we have in Niagara. On June 1st, we welcomed Pride Niagara to City Hall to raise the Pride flag and to reaffirm our commitment to inclusion, equity, and belonging for all. Pride Month is a time to celebrate the diversity, resilience, and contributions of 2S LGBTQIA+ communities, while continuing to foster a workplace and community where everyone feels seen, valued, and included. I want to say thanks to Councillors Stevens and Lindell for attending the Pride Niagara Unity Awards along with city staff while I was out of town at the FCM conference. The Unity Awards showcases the successes of individuals, organizations, and groups that have made an impact for our community here in the Niagara region. Special shout out to the city's Culture Division summer student, Victoria Ashley Rose, who won the Jonathan Crawford Award, which honors someone who identifies with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community through the performing arts. You may remember Victoria was actually the person who wrote the poem that was installed as part of the Pride art display on the City Hall steps last year. And as part of Pride Month, I encourage everyone to visit Full Color, a celebration of 2S LGBTQIA+ art and expression on the 3rd floor of City Hall from June 4th to August 14th. Featuring the work of 15 artists, the exhibition opens with a reception on June 11th from 4 to 6. Also on June 1st, I was pleased to join the Older Adult Advisory Committee to raise the flag for Seniors Month at the Dunlop Drive Older Adult Center. In St. Catharines, we celebrate Seniors Month in June as a time to honor the older adults in our community and their contributions, encourage active, healthy lifestyles, and highlight programs and activities at the city's older adult centers. I want to thank the staff at Dunlop Drive for hosting the flag raising and the fantastic luncheon afterwards. Last week, we also raised the flag in honor of Brain Injury Awareness Month. This year's Beyond the Injury campaign shines a light on life after the diagnosis and the ongoing support that people need while navigating recovery and daily life. Whatever the origin of the injury may be, the impacts can continue long after the initial moment itself and can affect nearly every part of a person's daily life. Last Friday, we raised the ALS flag at City Hall to recognize ALS Awareness Month. The event was about bringing awareness to a disease that impacts thousands of Canadians, with those living with ALS and the people who support and care for them each day. I want to thank ALS Canada for their continued efforts to push for progress towards better treatment and hopefully one day a cure. And I want to thank Councillors Mako and Williamson for bringing the flag raising forward. I will say, Councillor Mako, we watched your technique with respect to the flag raising. And I don't think you realize that the second person has to feed the chain back in. That's how you don't wind up with 30 feet of chain laying across the front lawn of City Hall. So I did appreciate the enthusiasm with which you helped raise that flag, though. It was impressive. Yesterday, I joined Councillor Lindell for Decoration Day ceremonies at Meriton Legion Branch 138. Decoration Day has been recognized in Canada since 1890 and is a tradition older than Remembrance Day, and in St. Catharines is still celebrated by Branch 138 and Branch 24. The day gives us the opportunity to thank our veterans and remember the names of those we've lost, lest we forget. Congratulations to all the athletes, coaches, event organizers, and the many volunteers who contributed to the successful hosting of 2 major athletic competitions in St. Catharines this past weekend. The Niagara Olympic Club hosted the 2026 OFSA Track and Field Championships at the newly refurbished track at West Park. The event was highlighted by gold medals from Amira Gale from St. Catharines Collegiate in the senior women's high jump, and from the Sir Winston Churchill Novice Girls 4x100 meter relay team. Meanwhile, on the water, the Canadian Secondary School Rowing Association Championships were being held at the Henley Rowing Course. The event was highlighted by many medals from St. Catharines-based crews, highlighted by 4 golds, 1 silver, 2 bronze from Ridley College, and multiple medals from the crews at Dennis Morris, Sir Winston Churchill, and Eden, and single medals from St. Francis and Holy Cross. Congrats to all of the rowers who competed over the weekend, and again, thank you to the event organizers and volunteers for hosting 2 fabulous events for young athletes in our community. This Saturday, June 13th, join us for Doors Open St. Catharines from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at facilities across the city. Doors Open is a free event that invites the public to discover unique heritage, cultural, educational, and business locations across the city. With 19 incredible sites opening their doors, this is a wonderful opportunity to get to know St. Catharines. Join us as we honor the past, celebrate the present, and help shape the future of a vibrant community together. For all the details, please visit the city website and search Doors Open. The Holy Festival is back for the 5th year in a row. You can join the Downtown Association and the community on June 19th and 20th for 2 incredible days filled with music, dancing, color, culture, food, entertainment, and community celebration. On Friday, June 19th from 6 to 10 p.m., you can kick off the weekend at the Pre-Holy Bollywood Party at Market Square. You can enjoy Bollywood music, cultural dancing, live entertainment, food, drinks, and amazing vibes all night long. And then on Saturday, June 20th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., the free Holy Festival of Color takes over the Meridian Center parking lot. Enjoy color throws, live DJs, authentic Indian food, cultural performances, vendors, kids' activities, and so much more. If you do decide to attend, make sure you wear something that you are not worried about getting stained with lots of color and wet. And finally, the City of St. Catharines is set to celebrate Canada Day in a special way this year. July 1st will feature a full day of music and celebration at Montebello Park in downtown St. Catharines, headlined by Canadian rock favorites The Trews, and the city's first ever fireworks and drone show at night at Rennie Park in Portaluzzi. The celebrations, also part of the city's 150th anniversary activities, will help create a day that reflects both national pride and the common ground that connects the community. Stay tuned to the city's social media pages for more details. I look forward to seeing you there to celebrate the country and our city together. With that, I'm going to open the floor to any councillors that would like to add to the mayor's report, and I will begin with Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, I just wanted to, as the budget chair, I wanted to congratulate Adam Smith on his new position as the CFO and the treasurer starting today. So congratulations on that. And I know that the budget committee and council look forward to continue to work with Adam in his new role, and the best of luck to him on that.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Dodge, and I think we all echo your congratulations to Mr. Smith on his new positions. At this time, we'll go to Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just want to touch base on the FCM conference in Edmonton. It was quite an amazing experience to be there with yourself and Councillor McPherson. I just want to give a shout out to Mayor Andrew Knack, the mayor of Edmonton, who somehow found time during the conference to give a bike tour throughout the city. And as you know, when you're a host city, you're doing plenary sessions, you're doing greetings, openings. It's it's hectic, but he found time to give a bike tour to a number of us. And one thing that was highlighted on this tour was how Edmonton is approaching infill projects. They're doing it very thoughtfully, and it opened my eyes where, yes, you can do a lot of 12 to 16 story buildings, but in some of the neighborhoods, they've done a really nice job in Edmonton with whether if a bungalow has been demolished, they've still stayed with a 1 story, but have found a way to build 8 units without really taking away and jamming it into the actual property. It was quite eye-opening. I did not take part in the steel staircase climb to one of the rooftops just because of the lightning and thunder that was happening. But otherwise, no, it was a great conference. And again, just a thank you to the City of Edmonton and the Mayor for doing such a great job in hosting this year's conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I wanted to congratulate the Lincoln and Welland Regiment and the Royal Highland Fusiliers of Canada on their change of ceremony, change of command, change of stick, and standing up to the tactical group ceremony that happened on May 31st. And I wanted to say a thank you to Lieutenant Colonel Philip Dyson. He is moving on, but he has been a great commander of the Lincoln and Welland Regiment, and a very warm welcome to Lieutenant Colonel Jason Robinson, who will be taking over in his place. It was a great ceremony, and it's a great joining of 2 very incredible regiments. So that was that. And then to just add to the FCM magic, it was a great conference. Very proud to be a member of the board. We also, while we were there, reconfirmed our time on the board, as well as chose our chair, Roy Neeson from Burlington, and our vice chair, Councillor Allison Story from Chatham. It's a great group. And then I just wanted to touch on a couple of experiences I had there. I was able to go on a tour, a study tour. While I did not get the mayor of Edmonton, I did get to go to Spruce Grove and meet a former St. Catharines resident, David Wolansky, who is Wolansky. Thank you. Yes, he did mention you, Councillor Harris, and asked how you were, and very much wanted me to extend his warm greetings to you. But it was great to see, to learn from Spruce Grove, and to learn about how their strategic investment in infrastructure can support downtown renewal, recreation culture, long-term community growth. And they've gone through, well, they are a bedroom community, and they do have the space. They've made a lot of investments over the last year or 2 in really thoughtful community space. And their newest is an arena with 3,500 seats, a second pad, 250. It also contains a library, an art gallery, communal space, and a theater. So it was quite great. As well, I got to hear from Zita Cobb, who is the chair and founder of Shorefast. She and her brothers are basically they helped revitalize Fogo Island. And she really talked about how economic development isn't just about growth, but it's also about supporting the people who live there. And then the final thing, Mayor, you and I had a chance to do the Empathy Project, which I understand is going to actually be at AMO. So I would highly recommend anyone who's going to AMO to do the session. It's a 3-hour session where you are given a bio of an individual who is experiencing homelessness, and you go through the steps that they go through. You're given their background, but you're also given their experience, where you go to different stations to understand their experience of homelessness. And I don't remember, Mr. Mayor, what your name was at that point, but I was Tom, and I was a veteran who had served in Afghanistan and was experiencing homelessness, living in my car. And so it was a really frustrating, angering, and very much a heartbreaking experience to kind of have that understanding of what people are going through. So it will be at AMO, so I highly recommend everyone getting a chance. And as always, FCM is an incredible organization, and it's always wonderful to learn from colleagues from coast to coast to coast, that there is a lot more that we have in common than is different. And next year is in Halifax, so for those who are interested, be ready for a trip to Halifax. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The one thing I neglected to mention, I did have a chance to meet the mayor of Yellowknife, who is a Brock University grad and a born and raised St. Catharines resident, Ben Hendrickson, whose family, I believe, still lives in Meriton. He's very proud of being a Meritonian. But yeah, we had a great conversation just about the things that they're doing, the things that we're doing with respect to affordable housing. And he was very excited to get a 150 pin, so we are going to send him a 150 hat as well. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was also at the business, 40 under 40 business, and I know you can't toot your own horn, so I'll do it for you. You received an alumni award there too, so congratulations on that. And then Councillor Lindahl and I went to the Kids Shine for the Niagara Children's Center brunch the other day, and they raised over $385,000. And most of that, their big sponsors are the Niagara Home Business Building Association. They're really behind that charity, and it was a very good event and well attended, and they raised a lot of money for the Niagara Children's Center, so kudos to that. Calhoun's on Bunning Road had their annual Family and Kids Day last Saturday, well attended, lots of freebies, and the weather held out and it was really good for that, so kudos for Marty and his crew for putting that on every year. That takes the place from the old Calhoun's Catfish Derby, so they do this instead, and it's a nice thing. Also, Saturday, I represented mayor and council for the Flower and Wine Show at Montebello Park. It was Friday and Saturday. Weather held out. It was a great day. It's the first time they've done it outside, very well attended. It really showcases the Latino community in Niagara, very up-and-coming community. Lots of great food, vendors, music, just a really good event. It looks like it gets bigger and bigger every year, and they had a little celebration for St. Catharines 150 as well, so very well attended, lots of fun. And I had another invite last week, and I got to visit the inaugural opening of the Canadian Niagara Business Association. It was held at Rockaway Golf and Winery, and it's started by a lot of Chinese businesses actually, and they're really interested in bringing business to Niagara and St. Catharines as well. And had a very good talk when I met Senator Victor Ho, and they really want to invest here in St. Catharines and Niagara, so it's a new group that just opened up. There's a lot of members, and we look forward to doing a lot of business with them. We'll hook them up with Mr. York. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Harris.
The only thing I had to mention was if anybody's wondering why I'm wearing these shorts, I golfed all day today in the Niagara Golf Marathon. And just to let everybody know. How many holes? Well, it's supposed to be 100, but I'm so dedicated as a counselor, I only golfed 95. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Chris St. Clair and Adam Shields. To date, we've raised $1.6 million. So it's a good charity. Good things happen. There you go.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. You mentioned the flag raising for the ALS Awareness Month on Friday. We got good weather for that, and the next day there's also a break in the weather for the ALS Walk, which was out of the Museum and Lock 3 Center, and there was also a ball hockey tournament, and there was people parked all the way down the parkway. It was interesting, but I just wanted to give credit to our MP, Chris Biddle, who showed up for this event, as well as the CEO of ALS Canada was there. And I was able to walk on Chris May's team, and it was a special occasion, as well as the St. Catharines Fire Services showed up in force with the old fire truck from Meriton. I'm not sure where the Port Elizabeth truck is. So that's that. The other thing I'd like to, Meriton probably came from Port Elizabeth. As we know, Friday was beach day. We used to say playing hooky or skipping or hush day, yeah. And there was lots and lots of young people on our beaches. And I just want to give credit to the Niagara Regional Police for doing a really great job, and our staff, particularly Trish Sorrenti, for making sure that things happened, and it seemed to be incident-free largely, and it was great to be proactive and make sure that everybody was safe. So thanks to NRP and company. Thank you.
And Councillor Williamson, I will thank you and echo you. I was not looking forward to the phone calls I would be receiving in a different time zone on Friday, and then I didn't get any. So it seems to be a pretty decent day. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last Sunday was the 50th annual Spring Salmon Derby Awards, and this is hosted annually by the St. Catharines Gaming and Fish Association located in Port Dalhousie. So I attended this year for the first time, and I did want to recognize the big winner because he is a St. Catharines firefighter. His name is Eric Farlow, and for those of you who are fishing enthusiasts, his big catch was a 23.12-pound salmon. So we have a very thriving fishing community in the city, and it was great to see them so actively engaged in this event. So pleasure to see that. And did also want to highlight, tomorrow we have the Old Loch One Commons naming ceremony in Port Dalhousie at 4:30. So for all the partners that contributed to that event, we're hoping everyone will come out tomorrow and we get a nice weather day to break ground and officially announce that great new space, which is going to be so well used all summer with outdoor concerts and other events. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mako. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add about the officer track and field meet, I represented you there on Friday. I was extremely impressed with the whole event. The perimeter of the school was erected with tents from high schools from Thunder Bay to Ottawa, and everyone was very well behaved. It was very, very busy. Congratulations to the Niagara Olympic Club because they were the ones that really brought it here, although the event was run by OFSA officials. But our staff went overboard to make sure that everything was perfect, and I've heard that from Sharon Stewart and with the Niagara Olympic Club. They were very pleased with Chris Nye and his group, and I thank Director Christie for making sure that things worked. But the only problem this weekend in St. Catharines was you could not find a place to stay. Every room, every hotel room was booked, and there was people having to go to Niagara Falls to stay, I understand. But I guess that's a good problem to have. But anyways, it was a great event, and we look forward, as I said, we were watching Olympic athletes perform. We just didn't know who they were yet. Thank you.
Very well said, and it's great to hear that there were no hotel rooms. It sounds like our sports tourism strategy is working. Seeing no other members of council, I will look to the clerk for the adoption of the agenda.
There are no amendments to the agenda.
All right, can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor Lindell, can I have a seconder? Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. We move on to the adoption of the minutes. The council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on May 25th of 2026. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Kushner, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? All right, seeing none, we'll move to the consent reports. We have a motion that council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Who would like to move? Councillor Townsend, do you want to move the agenda as well? And then you have a comment, I'm assuming something to pull?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just pull 6.3? I just have some questions and some concerns, if I could pull that. Thanks.
Okay, so 6.3 is being pulled forward. So it's to approve the consent agenda as amended. All right, I will look to the clerk to read the list of consent reports and call the recorded vote.
Today's consent agenda includes items 6.1, Community Recreation Culture Services and Economic Development and Tourism Services, request for municipal support, Sport Niagara for Football Ontario National Events hosting bid for 2027 to 2030. Item 6.2, Economic Development and Tourism Services, stop up, close, and declare surplus 5th Street Road Allowance, part of PIN 461460102. Item 6.4, Financial Management Services, Budget Standing Committee Report from the meeting of April 20th, 2026. And item 6.5, Planning and Building Services, Guideline for Construction Management and Mobility Plan. Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Mako.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
So for those keeping track, 6.3 will go after 7.2 this evening. Declaration to all presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines. Moving on to 7, public meetings and hearings. We start with 7.1, Planning and Building Services. Planning Services 2026 Community Improvement Plan. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public and council to understand the amendment to the city's community improvement plan and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. If a specified person or public body as defined in the Planning Act or the registered owner of any land to which the plan would apply does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission prior to council making its decision, they are not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Also, that person may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the amendment to the plan. Members of the public wishing to speak were asked to register by 9 a.m. today. One person did register to speak. After they have spoken, I will ask if anybody in the gallery would like to speak. At that point, the deadline to submit additional written comments not previously published on the council correspondence listing was 12 p.m. today, and no additional items of correspondence were received. We will then close the public meeting. Council will be able to ask staff questions and we'll consider the amendment. The public meeting is now open, and I'll call upon Elena Campbell, Community Improvement Coordinator, to present.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to present the 2026 Community Improvement Plan. Next slide. So the city's had a CIP in place since 2004. Since then, there have been 111 approved construction redevelopment projects, 45 approved facade projects, and this results in an estimated additional 5,000 approved units, 600 permanent jobs, and an estimated increase of $894 million to the tax assessment base. Next slide. 3 versions of the city's community improvement plan have been adopted. First, the 2004 CIP, the 2015 CIP, and then the 2021. As you can see, the entire urban area is designated as St. Catharines Community Improvement Plan area, and there are 6 priority neighborhoods in the city. We're here today to consider the adoption of the 2026 CIP, which would apply to these same areas. So the city's strategic plan identifies the CIP review as a high priority. As such, a working group was established to provide guidance and direction on the CIP review with the goals of the plan to provide certainty to future applicants and more consideration towards affordable housing and brownfield development projects. The following is the CIP review process, starting off with the CIP task force review, followed by public consultation, redrafting the plan based on the comments, and finally presenting the 2026 CIP to you today. So the first step was the working group, which was the CIP task force that met from June to December of 2025. The task force consists of Mayor Cisco as the chair, Councillor Lindell from the Meriton Ward, Councillor McPherson from the St. Patrick's Ward, and Councillor Kushner from the St. Andrews Wards. These wards and their councillors represent the 3 wards with the highest concentration of priority areas, and Councillor Williamson from Port Dalhousie represents the perspective of the city at large. The goal of the task force was to prioritize highly contaminated brownfield sites and create affordable housing. In order to approach this, a variety of sessions were held. These included a CIP refresher, a session on the challenges in providing affordable housing and the challenges in developing sites that require remediation, as well as a session from the Niagara region on their initiatives and incentive programs, a session on how the CIP is financed, and finally, recommending the plan that was presented to the task force. So, like I said, the task force started meeting in mid-2025 until all deliverables and sessions were completed. Based on the directives of these sessions, there was consideration to the following goals: considering affordable housing projects and brownfield remediation, and the eligibility considerations and providing better predictability to applicants when they're evaluating their own projects. The 2026 CIP was drafted with these goals in mind, and the first draft was circulated to the task force in March 2026. So let's get into the major changes to the plan. 5 of the programs found in the 2020 CIP will remain in the 2026 with some changes, and the Brownfield Tax Assistance Program will be removed. So the 3-year BTA program will be removed as we didn't get any applications to that program in the 2020 CIP. For the Brownfield Tax Increment Finance Program, it's a rebate on the increase in property taxes on the development for up to 10 years. We are proposing that to be considered a brownfield project, remediation costs must be greater than 1.5 million per hectare. Anything with a red asterisk received comments as we went through the feedback period, and I'll get into those later. Another proposed change was environmental remediation costs that are completed within 12 months prior to submitting a CIP application would be considered eligible expenses. And the maximum incentive value for remediation is capped at the environmental remediation costs incurred. For the Tax Increment Finance or TIF program, this is for redevelopment projects that don't require remediation. A proposed change is that now that they'll be required to provide at least 10% affordable housing. The definition of affordable will be aligned to the rent used in the Development Charges Act. This rate is also used for exemptions from DCs and exclusions to community benefit charges and parkland dedication. Aligning the CIP definition of affordable to the one used in the DC Bulletin is in line with the Niagara region's new rental housing incentives. And if a TIF project is entirely affordable with 100% affordable units, one of the changes we're proposing is that they'll have their annual rebate increase from 45% to 80%. So for scoring changes, as you know, in order to qualify for CIP approval, the TIF or BTIF project has to achieve a minimum of 50 out of 100 points to be considered. This will stay the same, but there have been adjustments to the weighting and the categories that make up those 100 points. We've added a category for providing a range of affordable unit sizes, so a mix of 1-bedroom and 2 bedrooms. The investment category was removed, so now there's no longer a category awarding points for the entire project costs associated with the build. The heritage and value add category sections have been removed, and now any projects where heritage or value add features are applicable, they'll have their total point scoring multiplied by a factor. And because we removed the value-added sustainable site design category, the new plan introduces attainable green development standards for which projects must meet at least 6 out of 8 of the features to be eligible. For our one-time grant programs, the facade and accessory dwelling unit program, we're proposing changes to their grant values. For the facade program, the grant value is currently at $10,000, and we're proposing increasing the value of this to $20,000. If it's a heritage property, the proposed increase of the grant is from $20,000 to $30,000 and will require that the application apply for a heritage permit. For the city's ADU program, this is currently being funded by the Housing Accelerator Fund. Once half is over, the ADU program will return to being funded out of the city's operating budget, and we're proposing to increase the grant amount for exterior ADUs from $20,000 to $40,000. The amount for interior ADUs will remain at $20,000. So these changes make up the majority of changes proposed in the 2026 CIP. After the plan was sent to the task force in March, the plan was published for viewing on Engage STC, and then we moved into the public consultation stage in April and May of 2026. So on May 6th, notice of the meeting was published in the St. Catharines Standard, and then on May 14th and 15th, we had 2 sessions that were the same with the development community, just letting them know the proposed changes to the plan and how this would impact any new projects they were thinking of applying. The sessions were overall positive. We received we provided clarification to any potential applicants on priority neighborhoods, how mixed use would be evaluated, and how this would impact brownfield projects. We did get some comments on the adjusted requirements to the brownfield program, but we really highlighted that under the remediation program, the goals of the task force were to incentivize significantly contaminated sites. So questions and comments that were submitted on Engage STC, also by email, and we also got one question about the BTA program being removed, but they were satisfied that the BTIF program was still there. And then feedback, like I said, they had comments about the brownfield requirements, how half is funding the ADUs in the priority neighborhoods. In regards to how for the remediation, there was a question on how remediation should apply to all brownfield sites regardless of scale, rather than just significantly contaminated lands. And then comments from the Niagara region. In regards to the permission to incur retroactive costs prior to submitting a CIP application, this wasn't necessarily a task force directive, but it came from the 2 CIP amendments we did in 2025 for 142 Queenston and 527 Glendale. Since these 2 amendments were approved for the property owners to start cleanup costs prior to submitting an application, we included this permission for any new projects in the 2026 CIP. But when receiving feedback on the plan, the Niagara region identified that permitting retroactive costs 12 months before CIP application contrasts with their regional brownfield program. The region has a tiered brownfield program, and like other incentive programs in Ontario, retroactivity is not permitted under their program. So the suggestion from regional staff is to recommend that the city's BTIF program permit remediation work to commence after the submission of a complete CIP application so that the applicant can benefit from the regional matching. We also received comments from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and they provided comments on ways to improve clarity and the criteria in the plan, and those are incorporated in the version that's in the report. After all these comments were received, the plan was redrafted, and the version is presented to you today. So the final 2026 CIP, and the staff recommendation is that council authorize a bylaw to adopt the 2026 CIP and approve the funding strategy for future operating budgets for the 2020 CIP. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell, for the presentation. Prior to discussing the report, we'll hear a delegation from Anne-Marie Zamet. I'll call upon Anne-Marie Zamet to present. Ms. Zamet, the lectern's yours.
Good evening, council, mayor, staff. I largely support the proposed 2026 CIP. However, I would like to see council direct staff to amend Schedule 2, which is the project evaluation system for the TIF and BTIF applications, and Schedule 4, the affordable rental dwelling unit ARDU rates. Affordable does not equal attainably priced, and I would like to clarify when I use the term attainable or attainably priced housing, I am not referring to the definition as set in the Development Charges Act in 1997. I am speaking to the idea that the cost of housing can be considered attainable when other costs such as utilities, groceries, transportation, healthcare are factored in. When the cost of the aforementioned necessities continue to increase and wages or income do not keep pace, that directly impacts how truly attainable the housing is. The city's ARDU rates in the 2026 CIP will end up qualifying developers for additional tax incentives, and they are already receiving exemptions of development charges for building what is classified affordable by the provincial definition. In reality, the units are not at all attainable for the majority of people who have significant barriers to housing. If the goal of the community improvement plan is truly to improve our community, then we must mitigate the factors that could impede or prevent the improvement. Tax incentives should only be given to developers that provide a supply of attainably priced housing. So what should be considered as attainable housing? Well, housing that is geared to income. I propose for your consideration that amendments be made to Schedule 2, the project evaluation system, under eligibility in Section 1B and 2C, core housing, to read, affordable means the rent is geared to income not exceeding rent that is equal to 30% of gross annual household income. I think that was circulated. I meant it on there. I would like to remind everyone that 30%, so the provincial definition, 30% of the gross annual household income for a household at the 60th percentile of the income distribution for households in our municipality means the household has a gross annual income of approximately $85,000 on the low end. 30% of that equals $25,500 to be spent on housing. Those who receive ODSP receive $17,160 annually, and those who work a full-time minimum wage earn approximately $23,000. So it is clear that basing housing costs on income distribution rather than actual income disproportionately affects those who rely on social assistance for income and those who earn minimum wage. Regarding Schedule 4 ARDU rates, those should be listed for reference only, as that is the standard that the developer would have to meet in order to be exempt from the development charges as per the Act. I would also ask Council to consider directing staff to amend the minimum number of ARDU units to be increased from 5 to 10. Providing tax incentives to builds that are exempt from development charges must yield the maximum potential for attainably priced housing. Handing out tax incentives without this guiding principle is effectively subsidizing luxury housing. Moving on to the correspondence from the Regional Program Manager, Grants and Incentives regarding the BTIF, the region noted that by permitting the environmental remediation work to begin 12 months prior to the submission of a complete CIP application to the city, that will conflict with the region's matching BTIG Tier 1 and Tier 2 program, which does not permit the remediation work to begin prior to the execution of the agreement with the city. So that will render the project ineligible for the region's programs. So I understand the reasoning behind the city's proposal to allow the environmental remediation to take place prior to the application. However, I feel this is bound to deter developers from remediating brownfields if they aren't able to fully access all available incentive programs. Is there a mechanism that would be able to align the region's BTIG Tier 1 and 2 program with the city's proposed BTIF? If not, I would ask Council to consider directing staff to amend the BTIF to revert back to the standards set in the 2020 CIP. So through the CIP, Council has a real opportunity to demonstrate to taxpayers that their dollars are being allocated to advancing not just housing goals, but attainable housing to benefit those who need it the most. Thank you kindly for these considerations.
All right, Councilor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've made a lot of recommendations to us. Did you do that to the staff at the open house?
Unfortunately, I was not able to attend those,
And
which is why I'm here today.
We have a sheet of paper here. Is this yours?
That is the draft of the proposed 2026 CIP, and then I just added those amendments to illustrate what I was just speaking to for ease of reference.
Okay, they're somewhat difficult to follow. So are you suggesting we refer this back to staff?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you, Ms. Emmett, for your presentation. At this time, does anyone else in attendance wish to speak? All right, seeing none, Can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Harris. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. This public meeting is called to order and, this public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. Do I have a councillor who's willing to move the staff recommendation? Councillor McPherson, a seconder. Councillor Lindell. So the recommendation is up on the screen, and at this time, we can take questions and comments. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, can you just remind me, did the Niagara region cancel and end their CIP program? Because I think there's some confusion on that, because I thought they stopped the matching.
So they stopped matching the cities and introduced their own separate programs. So at previous to the tiered system that they have now, BTIG 1 and 2, they were matching the grants that were offered by local area municipalities. As of April 1st of this year, though, that matching has ended. And any developers that are coming forward with brownfield program, they are being streamed into BTIG 1 or 2.
So just confirming they would have to apply separately then for the region outside of the St. Catharines one. It's not just automatically matched anymore.
No, and that was the argument that many of us were making, is it creates a second layer and creates conflicting constraints on both programs.
Okay, thank you for that. And then through you to staff, I guess to planning, when looking at developers who are building some of these new units, one of the things I do hear from the development community is how challenging it is to give up a significant percentage of units in their development just because of the cost now that are associated. Are we receiving a lot of applications where developers are open to the 10 or 15%, knowing that maybe they might not get CMHC funding for putting units in? I'm not sure if that is a fair question, but I'm just kind of wondering on some of the applications we've been receiving as of late.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'll attempt to answer your question. The types of applications that we're receiving for under the 2020 CIP typically tend to focus on remediation or contamination style projects or affordable. And when it is an affordable project, they're usually involved with a housing provider, so they're going all in. This is a way to incentivize perhaps market and attainable housing. The 2026 version hopes to incentivize and target maybe market and attainable developments to have mixed income within their developments. That's the difference between the two.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one point. The report addresses some ADU. It's involved in this report. I thought, are we not waiting for a report on ADUs to change that or revamp that? We are looking at that. That's outside of what's already said here, we've asked for. Is that, if we do this, like that's law and the ADU report, we're asking for to look at that the way it was done and hiding and through the province, because we've had a lot of complaints about that.
So this is strictly dealing with the incentives, the actual, regulations around how ADUs are built. I think that is the subject of a future report.
So then, then on the number 3 on page 18, it does address ADUs and it has some of the facts, but one of the things is about eligibility and being first come, first served. And I mean, I can't understand that because you have to do that, but when we're using tax, when it's done through the city's tax base and that, we're getting a lot of complaints because people that are wanting to put in these things can't get in because they're working, and the developers and the builders and, and I mean, I think we need to look after our own people before we let people from Toronto come in and grab all grant money that we're providing when you have some guy. And I thought the whole purpose of ADUs was to do mom and pop stuff and
Councillor, I think we can ask staff. I don't know if that's necessarily entirely accurate in terms of, I know a number of local residents who've accessed the grant. So
there's some, but there's a lot more.
I think we could ask staff to maybe report back on those statistics. I think ultimately the goal is to see the units developed and to help out local folks who are trying to do that. But I think we'd have to ask staff.
But then still, we are waiting on a report on ADUs, though. We are at.
There is, I
correct,
believe
though?
there's
Okay.
one coming back, yes.
All right, let me just, I think that was all I wanted. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, and I think I'll ask staff if we can include as a part of when that report ultimately does come back, if we could have some information, perhaps if it's able to be captured as to sort of who is making up the application base.
So through the mayor to the councillor, yes, we, when we could report back on the review of the ADU zoning implications that you and your ward mate are speaking of, we can also add a section on who has accessed that program, if that would be helpful to council.
Excellent. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report indicates that 5,000 units have been approved. How many of those approved have been built?
Through the mayor to the councilor, those are the all the projects approved under the CIP. I can get back to you on the ones that are actually fully constructed. That number includes projects from the 2004 CIP up until present day. So a lot of the projects under the 2020 version from the past 5 years, those haven't been fully built, but the ones under the first two versions of the plan, most of those are constructed.
Okay, the ones under the first version of the plan have been constructed. Is that because they were submitted early? Is it a timing thing, or is it because the changes?
Through the mayor to the councilor. So the ones that were submitted under the 2004 version of the plan, most of those, or the majority of those projects are completed. For the 2020 CIP, they have either a 5-year timeline or a 3-year timeline to complete the development. So we're seeing a lot of those projects finish up now, a lot of them also from the time that they got approved. If they're not built, we will take those off the forecast.
And my next question is, how many brownfield areas do we have that would be eligible for this?
So through the mayor to the councilor, our CIP doesn't designate specific brownfield areas to be cleaned up. What we look at and consider a brownfield site is if the property developer they weren't the one contaminating the lands themselves, and they go through the environmental site assessment process, and that identifies that there needs to be cleanup to the soil on that land. So there are other CIPs out there who kind of say this is a brownfield area and we're going to put the incentives towards this portion of the city, but we're kind of looking at it property specific.
So what you're saying is we don't have an inventory of brownfield developments, contamination.
Through the mayor to the councilor, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. I will say, and I'm going to look to Ms. Campbell, I believe the number that you had on there for the increase to the tax assessment was $894 million. So I think that's probably the number on that slide that indicated what had actually been built through the CIP is that increase in assessed value of $894 million. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the report under ADUs, it indicates the ADU program will be funded by the operating budget once funding from the Housing Accelerator Fund is completed. That kind of concerns me. I don't know if it'd be better to have money set aside somehow in a reserve to do that. How much money are we thinking that we're going to be spending? I guess I'd be referring this maybe to our new financial management director. How much are we planning on putting aside, or how much are we going to be spending out of the operating budget once the Housing Accelerator Fund is done? Have we got that far yet?
He's only 3/4 of the way through the transition manual, so he's not quite there yet.
You can yell at me if you want to.
So through the mayor to the councilor, there's currently $180,000 in the operating budget, and that covers both the facade improvement grants and the ADU grants. So at this point, there's no recommendations in the report to increase that in future budgets.
Because we're looking at funding them to a maximum of $40,000. If that total amount comes out of the operating budget and say we only do 10 of them, that would be $400,000 of the operating budget, right?
So, through the mayor, that's correct, but we only have a budget of $180,000, it's going to limit the number of approvals that we would issue, and I'll look to the CIP
So
coordinator.
basically, that's 4 ADUs a year.
That includes the facade improvement grant. I think maybe the one thing I will jump in and perhaps save staff, ultimately that will come down to a decision of the folks in this horseshoe, right? If council feels that the ADU program is one that they want to see continue at these levels, well, then they will continue to fund it appropriately. But staff will work with the budget that we give them. So I think we have to keep that in mind.
I see value in the program, Mr. Mayor. I'm just concerned about taking the money out of the operating budget. If we could establish a reserve from somewhere, that probably would be better.
I think there may be agreement on that. The benefit, though, I believe we are doing good work in hitting our half numbers for 2026, which would mean there will be a fourth year allotment, so it is a problem that we would have to consider with the 2028 budget.
I hope so. Thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. First question, through you to staff. And I know we just got the information tonight. I just wonder if they could try and respond to some of the concerns that Ms. Zamet has raised. If it's possible to do so.
So through the mayor to the councillor, I can start, my colleagues can chime in with additional details if needed. One of the concerns that was brought up, and I do think has merit for council consideration, is that the concept about retroactivity going back 12 months. So this was in response to some feedback that we had received in the implementation and administration of the 2020 CIP, so it was put forward for council's consideration as part of the 2026 CIP. The region contacted us quite recently with the concern that for any individual who partakes in that retroactivity, they will now not be eligible for the regional incentive program. I think for the most part that persons who access, particularly our BTIF program, would want access to that, so there'd be a choice there for them not to not to do the retroactivity, so they can access both programs. So I think that's definitely a point that we wanted to bring council's consideration, and it was captured in the presentation as well. In terms of the comments that were made around the rent geared to income, this is a discussion that has come up in the past. The reason why staff have proposed going with the Development Charges Act definition of affordable housing is what we continue to hear from the development community is they want consistency in how different programs are applied, what the definitions are. There's more predictability in the program for them to set their performance. So if we have a definition for affordable in our CIP plan that also mirrors that is in our parkland bylaw, our CBC bylaw, matches what the region is doing. It helps provide that efficiency. But also from a staff administration perspective, we have considered the geared to income approach before, and where it creates some administrative challenges for staff is that with the change of every single tenancy, we would need to be involved. We would also have to have access to income documents, taxation documents for all those individuals in that household, which also raises privacy concerns. And then we're doing that every single time the tenancy changes over. And it ends up being a very, it ends up being an administrative burden for staff to have to deal with moving forward. It's much more consistent and equitable if we just deal with it on terms of unit count and setting into an agreement with the landowner on maintaining affordability long term.
Thank you very much for that. And one of the concerns that our former regional chair, late Jim Bradley had was in terms of the automatic matching grants at the regional and government and how it added budgetary pressures year after year. I just wonder if you could explain through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff how this new system works? Is it de facto they're still going to be doing matching, or is it a separate, distinct program?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So the region ended their matching programs under the Smarter Niagara Incentive Program. So the SNP programs, they stopped matching as of April 1st of this year. They now have their own rent-focused incentive program. So those applications are made directly to the region, and the municipality, instead of forwarding it along to them, we're no longer involved in that process. And then they've set limits, so they can do approvals up into a certain amount for their variety of programs. I believe there's 4 programs overall. So just to kind of manage the budget, they've set a maximum limit, and they have a set intake period. So you can still make an application to the regional program up until July 1st. Those are for their rental programs. So for their brownfield program, the tiered program that was mentioned, that will still be matched through the municipality, and there's no limit for that program. So it just depends on the number of applications.
Okay, because I was under the impression that basically the regional planning department was basically being closed. So that's not what's happened. They still have staff members that are assessing projects and are involved in land use planning functions or related functions?
So through the mayor to the councillor, as of March 31st, 2025, I believe now, the region finds themselves without planning responsibilities. That being said, community improvement plan, the definition of one, the creation of one, the administration of one can live within other functions of that organization. It's not strictly just a planning area of responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And just to answer your question about planning, there is no planning authority, and there were no staff cutbacks. The staff were just distributed to elsewhere within the corporation, which is a major bone of contention at the region right now, that it was downloaded, but there were no reductions.
It sounds like they've got work to do still.
There are definitely some questions about that as well. Councillor Harris, followed by Councillor Dodge, Councillor Mako, and then Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Planning, we listened to I'm going to expand on Councillor Williamson's questions. The idea of some of the amendments, and it's just kind of a short answer, yes or no. Does it make sense to actually make these amendments? Just yes or no.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the staff recommendation, staff continue to recommend the 2026 CIP as proposed.
So is it worth looking into these amendments and asking for a report like Councillor Kushner was talking about? I'm just trying to get some clarification here.
Through the mayor to the councillor, not at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just have a couple of questions here. Some people have already spoken a little bit about the ADUs. When we give funding for the ADUs, are those for, are they used at all in any way as a Airbnb once we give them the funding and they're built?
So so if you want to have an Airbnb or a short-term rental in the city, you'd have to go through you'd have to submit a short-term rental application. It depends on if the owner is living in the ADU. So they would have to be residing in the ADU in order to make it a short-term rental. Most of the cases, I would say, the homeowners in the principal dwelling, not the ADU. So I haven't seen them be applications for Airbnbs. But if they were to make the ADU their primary residence, they could then have it be an Airbnb. But not really.
Thank you. Okay. And getting back to what Councillor Phillips was alluding to with the going on to the tax levy for the ADUs, and I guess the Mr. Smith had said also the facade improvements and stuff like that. I don't support that happening until we have more information. I don't know how we could go about that, but I do not support that until we know how much money it's actually going to cost and how that would be rolled out. So I don't know if you can take it out of the report or whatever, or out of the motion, but I don't support that. I think that there's too much information that we don't have on that. And then also with the presenter, was there anything that staff could not answer, and possibly if they couldn't answer it this evening, if they could get back to us on some of the questions that were asked in that report?
Council, I think you'd have to be more specific as to which questions you wanted answered. I think staff have addressed the concerns that were raised.
Okay.
And Councillor, Councillor Harris, I think, did just ask, and staff had indicated there was nothing more that they could add.
Okay, all right, perfect. I'm sorry, I'm just wanted to be sure on that.
Yep.
Okay, those are my two questions.
So Councillor, you had made the comment about the funding for ADUs. Would you like to add an amendment that staff report back on funding mechanisms for the ADU after the cessation of grant funding?
So moving forward, if I were to do that, would that mean that that would come back to council and then we would make a decision on that at that time?
We could make a different, yes, we could make a different decision when that report came back if there was a different option council wanted to go with.
Sure, that would be good. Thank you.
Okay, so just looking, did I have a mover? I did have a mover and a seconder. That's friendly. Okay, so we're requesting staff report back on funding alternatives for the ADU program at the cessation of the grant funding.
And then not come out of the, not be added to the operations, or the levy, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Up next, I have Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question through you to the Director of Planning. If a applicant agrees to create a certain number of affordable dwelling units, I apologize if I missed this in the report, is a certain duration they need to remain affordable for? And I wonder if you could just highlight that for us.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So the TIF and BTIF incentives are for 10 years. Once the projects are fully built and they receive occupancy, a requirement to get the annual grant is that they rent out all the units that they proposed at an affordable rate. We will not pay out the incentive if we find out that any of those units were rented above the rate that we determine. So they're required to be affordable for 10 years, and then after, we're not paying the incentive out, it's up to the developer how they want to, if they want to continue making them affordable.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, just a few questions and some comments. So we've had some residents just ask questions about how we verify the contamination on the property. So we've upped the remediation threshold to 1.5 million per hectare. And I'm just wondering, or if you can just explain for residents, so we have a better idea of how we verify that so that we don't run into a situation where, a developer might try to inflate what the environmental expenses are so they can qualify for a higher tax rebate.
Through the mayor to the councillor, as part of the application, in order to evaluate the project and see how much cleanup costs that the site requires, we asked for them to get a phase 1 and a phase 2 environmental site assessment. Those would determine, just through drilling on the site, where the contamination is, the level of contamination, and then they would need to get a remedial action plan that kind of says the method to clean up the lands. So that needs to be done by a qualified person who's certified, usually like a geoscientist, and through that we get a quote, and then we can divide that by the size of the land just to see how much cleanup costs are. And it would vary depending on the method of remediation they use. So depending on how contaminated the site is, they might need to remove all the soil, or maybe they could cap it. But we do need those reports from a QP to verify. And then when the project's actually complete, we'll see how much they paid the environmental cleanup company.
Thank you. Similar question. One of the things I noticed is new with this program is the green development standards and the requirement to include 6 of 8. I didn't. How do we determine, so one of the green development standards is permeable pavement, or pavers. And so I could see, someone putting those in and then taking them out. Well, I don't know if I could see them doing that particularly, but there's other green standards where I could see them installing it and then maybe removing them. Do we go and inspect to make sure that they're there for the 10 years, or how do we make sure that you don't have them installed and then removed? Or
Through the mayor to the councillor. So similarly to the providing units at an affordable rate, we would make sure that those are still on site before paying out the grant. So any approved project, they enter into a CIP agreement, and we're going to require that they commit that the location of these green development standards where they would be. That way anyone, whether it's myself or someone else, can go check on them when the project's actually complete and see if they're there. If we find that they've been removed, then they're in breach of their agreement and we wouldn't pay out the incentive.
And just transitioning to a question about something different, or a different aspect of the program, but the forgivable loan programs, or forgivable loan program that's, I think, targeted at kind of the downtown or units above commercial spaces. What has been the uptake on that program? How many people are we had that have applied, or is it going well? Just curious.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So that's a half-funded program. There's $1 million there, and you can get $100K per project and an additional top-up if you have barrier-free units. So we've gotten one project in the downtown that's had $150K allocated towards it. They've already started converting their unit, and then we've got I want to say like two more thinking about submitting applications. So yeah, one application fully approved, and then two potential people thinking about it.
All right. I'm hopeful that we can continue making improvements to the program so that it sees lots of uptake. I think we've heard from lots of residents who want brownfield sites like the former GM property cleaned up sooner rather than later. These sites, of course, are an eyesore. They carry real risks. This is part of the reason we issued orders recently to the former GM property. And I think it's also, the consequences of this kind of neglect can be seen at other sites like Lincoln Fabrics property in Port Dalhousie. I just noticed the Port Reporter here says theft of copper from the Lincoln Fabrics is a warning sign. Older unoccupied buildings are at a risk of vandalism, including theft and fire. So yeah, every year these sites sit vacant and contaminated is another year of lost opportunity. And I think it goes beyond the environmental and the community impacts. We're also losing millions of dollars in potential tax property revenue that could be used in many different ways. So residents, I think, expect us to use every tool available to get these sites cleaned up and back to productive use as soon as possible. To my knowledge, and I could be wrong, my colleague here, Councillor Kushner, can correct me, but I think the majority of brownfield cleanups that have been successful in St. Catharines have benefited from some type of CIP incentive. So that's why I'm encouraged by this revamped program. I'm encouraged that it focuses on brownfields and affordable housing. When we clean up these contaminated lands and turn them into homes or commercial spaces, I think the public benefit is hard to ignore. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to city staff. I just want to clear a couple of things up because I remember doing something in the meetings, and I'm not quite sure if we're still doing this. But one of the reasons that we went through the debate in our meetings about the brownfield and the pre-cleanup was because we had several people come to council first and ask if they could start cleaning up before they applied for the SIP program, and we would have to grant them yes or no status. Is that correct?
Through the councillor to the mayor, yes, that's correct. That was under the 2020 program.
Right. So one of the reasons that we had discussed this and said that we're going to give them the opportunity to do that still means that they don't get the money guaranteed as a CIP if they start the cleanup, just that they can while they're waiting for the process. Correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the permission that was granted for retroactivity was so that going back 12 months, that those eligible costs would be considered as part of the CIP approval. At that time, the region had a matching program, so it was kind of automated on what would be approved. What has changed this time, and has been recently brought to our attention, is that the new regional program, since it's not and matching program, you would have to apply separately to their program. Their eligibility criteria does not include retroactivity whatsoever. So should an applicant to the city's program opt to use that 12-month retroactivity, they would not be eligible to the region's new program. That being said, they could still access the city's program on its own, but for those who are counting on stacking the two incentives, that may not be available should they use that.
Councillor, I will jump in though to your question. You are correct.
Thank you.
That is the case.
Thank you. And so, in essence, what we're doing is if they apply for our CIP program to use the retroactive, say for instance like the General Hospital site did, so that they can get started, they won't be eligible for the Region 1, but they know that going in, right? So if they apply for us, they know they're not going to make the regional one.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that's correct, for their next phases.
Right. So, okay, I just want to make that clear. So there is a checks and balance in there as well. So I just, I want to take some time. I just wanted to address that because I got a little confused, and I'm sure a presenter who that was one of their points may have gotten a bit confused as well. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. We spent a lot of time in these meetings. We talked to a lot of developers. We talked to people who were part of the city. We looked at finances. We looked at funding the program. And I think based on the discussions that we had, that the mayor had, that Councillor McPherson and I had, Councillor Kushner and Councillor Williamson, when they were able to come, we all had great discussions on how this can apply to our city and we can improve it. The affordable rent, I understand, the geared to income, but I think that's really difficult to do for some developers and make their building profitable as well. So I just want to praise our staff for putting this together because I think it's a really good program. It changes some of the things that we were doing before, and I think it makes it clear to developers when they come in what they're going to expect, and we can still help them when they come by. So I hope everyone will at least consider taking a vote to yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really have any questions, just a couple of comments. First, I echo what Councillor Lindell said. I appreciate staff, the time, the effort that was put into looking at the previous plans, as well as bringing in people, developers, as Councillor said. We also had the not-for-profit sector come in and join us, and I think it was really important for us to understand how the program was working, where we could improve it, and you know, also hearing from people who have received it in the past and seeing the positive impact that it is having on our city. And I think the one thing that I took away from it, and I will say I took away, there were several sessions about housing and funding and not specifically CIP, but housing at FCM. And the one thing that I really took away from all the speakers who were councillors as well as developers in that is that in the current climate, it's really, really important to de-risk projects because risk has a cost to it, and whatever size developer you are, having a clearly laid out program and plan makes it much more attractive for developers to come to your city and to your municipality, and I think that's what I see in this program. And I know that I have heard from a few people about you know, it's giving money away, and as the mayor has the stat, and I'm not even going to try to remember the stat, but the return on the investment is an incredibly positive one, and I apologize that I don't remember it because I know I've heard it a few times, but it is a positive investment in our community, and we really do want to attract the best developers and the people who are going to invest, as I keep saying, in our place, in our community. And I think this program does it, and I really hope everyone supports it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That is everybody, so everybody's had a chance to speak. I'm going to speak very briefly, and then we can move on to the vote. A couple of comments I wanted to make with respect to the regional brownfield program and the concerns that were raised. I will point out, and this is one of my frustrations, I know it's the frustration of a number of other mayors at the region, is the lack of matching. I think our CIP plan has worked very well over the years, and it's also been refined and improved over the years. And the matching was a positive aspect because it decreased the amount of paperwork, frankly, that needed to be done and red tape that needed to be gotten through for developers to be able to access these incentives. Over the years, we have changed, and I think we have tightened up the guidelines with respect to our CIP and our BTIF and our TIF programs very specifically. If we go back to the 2004 CIP, it was very wide-ranging and incentivized basically anything anybody wanted to do in those priority areas. Over the years, we've changed from just dealing with priority areas to the city at large to now, the city at large, but focusing on the priority areas. We have tightened up the considerations. One of the things that I very much like about this, and I think it addresses some of the concerns we've heard from the community, in terms of the eligible costs for the brownfield tax increment financing grant, it's limited to the remediation. So the whole point of that particular incentive is to level the playing field. The costs for a brownfield are very high. The costs for the same kind of greenfield are lower. The BTIF is supposed to try and level them out. And I think this program does a much better job of that and will lead to more remediation efforts than what we've seen in the past. I'm glad about the tax increment financing changes and focusing on affordable units, because we've heard from residents there are two things that they think are absolutely critical for us to be incentivizing: brownfields and affordable housing. So I'm glad to see the changes that we've made. I'm glad to see the large bonus, if you will, if someone gets to 100% affordable housing. We are seeing a project just like that happening in our community right now, and I think that's because of the hard work of the developer who's moving it forward and the hard work of our staff working with the developer to move it forward, and this is another way for us to be able to do that. I know CIP can be contentious, but I appreciate Councillor McPherson raising it. The return on investment on this program is massive. $894 million in increased assessed value from CIP projects. That's the reality over the 20 plus years that this has been in place. And I don't remember the exact number, and I tried to search for it quickly and I didn't, but I want to say that this is every house in the city is give or take $40 or $50 to the good on average because of the assessment growth that has come from the CIP. So I hope council will see fit to endorse this. While I know there are some ideological concerns with CIPs, and I respect my council colleagues who are opposed to the incentives on principles, and I appreciate the very loud disagreements we have had in the past, I also appreciate the very respectful conversation that this has been this evening, and I have appreciated working with the members of the task force and staff as we went through this process over the last year. I think it's been a valuable one, and I think this program, if approved, and I hope it is, I think it is a net positive for the development community and for the community at large here in St. Catharines. And with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll. Oh, Councillor Kushner, did you?
Yeah, I thought that was a question period. Now we get an opportunity to express their viewpoints.
No, Councillor, that was the conversation. That was the conversation period. Councillor, if you have additional comments you would like to make, I will extend the courtesy and let you do that at this time.
Okay, I think one of my colleagues may wish to comment too.
Okay.
Okay, the only comment I would make, Mr. Mayor, I'll be supporting this, even though to me it's gone full circle, which is good. When we first started it in Meriton, we were very focused on what we wanted, and it worked very well. And then from there, I think we regressed into having all these points for everything, and I thought we lost focus on what our objectives were. And I find this a big improvement, and we are putting more emphasis on affordable housing. But one of the concerns I have is we're still giving points to people who build commercial on the first floor. And I don't think we should be doing that, because if you look at the history of the downtown, when all the buildings were built, they had residential on top and commercial below. And the reason is that commercial pays more than residential. So I think that incentive is already there, and we shouldn't do it. And we shouldn't do it especially in the new areas of West St. Catharines, where we have all kinds of commercial. We have more than enough commercial, but we don't have more than enough affordable housing. So that's one of the primary concerns I have, but I'll be supporting the program.
Thank you, Councillor, and I do appreciate it when the Dean of Council lends his approval to something like this. And with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll. I'm always happy for Councillor Kushner to have the last word.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Tentatively, yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
I'm tentative with my senior colleague, yes.
I'm going to count that yes. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
And Mayor Sisko.
Yes. Was that unanimous?
Tentatively, yes.
A CIP conversation that ended with a unanimous vote. Mark it on the calendars, folks. All right. We will move on to another serious matter, 7.2 Financial Management Services. This is a development charges complaint for 3 Abbot Street. The purpose of this public hearing is to ensure that sufficient information is available for council to understand the development charge complaint and to provide the complainant with an opportunity for input before council's decision. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. The public hearing will proceed as follows. First, Ed Fothergill, President of Fothergill Planning and Development, Inc., will present on behalf of the complainant, DAS Group, and council will have an opportunity to ask questions. Second, staff will explain the development charge complaint, and council will have an opportunity to ask questions. Third, members of the public wishing to speak were asked to register by 9 a.m. today. No one did register to speak. At that time, I will ask if anybody in the gallery would like to speak. The deadline to submit additional written comments not previously published on the council correspondence listing was 12 p.m. today, and no additional items of correspondence were received. Then council will make a decision on the complaint. I will now call upon Ed Fothergill from Fothergill Planning and Development, Inc. to present. Mr. Fothergill, the lectern is yours. And there are buttons there to allow you to raise it up and down if you would like.
Oh, it looks pretty good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff. You had some impressive people in here earlier. I can't say that I have international fame. The best I can offer is I had the privilege of dealing with Ms. Katay in Burlington and Hamilton, but that's about it. I'm here on behalf of the DAS Group today, talking about a development charge matter. As you may know, the project is still under construction. It's 292 stacked townhouse units. It's a fairly significant project. It's a brownfield rehabilitation. Former rail lines that were contaminated have been cleaned up, and now we've got housing that's added to the range of housing mix within St. Catharines. The project has also been helpful. It helped connect the community. We've constructed an extension of Ellis Avenue to connect 2 parts of the community. We've upgraded one of the local roads through our servicing project, and it has helped contribute, as I say, to adding a new range of housing available to the community. The construction value is about $80 to $90 million. There's been about $10 million spent on servicing, site improvements, and we calculate the annual taxes from this development will range anywhere between $400,000 and $500,000 per year as the project evolves. So it's been a fairly significant project. The staff report in front of you outlined some of the events that occurred leading up to this point. There are a few other items I'd like to add to that discussion. When the project started, it was one property. The idea was it would be developed in two parts, with Ellis Avenue cutting off the southern part from the northern part. But at the time we made the first site plan application, it was one property. The properties weren't divided until last fall. So when we went forward, we made an application for site plan approval for the entire parcel, because it was one parcel at the time. We understood it would be two parts in the future, but the thought was we do one application, and if we had to, maybe we can stage the approval of the site plan. We submitted the application to staff. They suggested that we do two separate applications rather than just one. The application was made in November of 2021, and then by December of that year, we had the staff comment saying, we'd like you to submit a second application for the second portion of the property. We suggested that since it was one property, we hopefully could do with it one application, but in the end agreed with the staff recommendation, and we did a second application. At the time of the first application, there were no development charges payable. So the whole site was development charge exempt. The request for two applications came December 17th of 2021. So we had to go back, we made a new application, submitted new fees, had to redo the studies, and in March we submitted the second application. At that point, we found that in the meantime, the development charge bylaw had changed, or the exemption rules had changed. So the second phase was no longer, had to pay development charges that would have been exempt if the first application had been accepted in its entirety. So we feel that the second phase of the project, because it's tied to the first phase, should be carried over and dealt with under the same rules. We talked to staff about this at the time. It was suggested that staff couldn't do anything about this, and that if we wanted to bring this in front of council, that was really our only option. And that was in 2022, or June 2023, it was suggested we come to council closer to the time when building permits are available. That phase is now under construction, so we've come back to you as staff suggested, knowing that staff can't make this decision on their own because they're bound by the development charge rules. But we were approaching council on the basis of fairness and equity, and also respecting the fact that we went along with the staff recommendation and submitted the second application. So we're asking council to treat the project as one whole project and exempt the second phase of development charges as the first phase was. I don't believe there's any rules in the Development Charge Act which cover this kind of thing, so we've come to council to ask for a discretionary decision to waive or eliminate the development charges for the second phase. That's our position. It was, we've had good working relationship with staff. Staff has been very helpful in the whole planning process and in bringing this matter forward to council. But we have a situation that we believe only council can deal with. So we're asking for some discretion and fairness and elimination of that development charge. The amount is approximately $280,000. So those are my submissions. Certainly prepared to answer any questions.
All right, up first we have Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thank you for your presentation. During the process between November and December, was your group at all aware that St. Catharines was going to be implementing a development charges bylaw?
No. If we had we probably would have scrambled somehow to get that second application in.
So staff did not mention at all that it was going to be happening.
Not that I recall, no.
And then January 1st, it was implemented, and that's when you found out?
We found out in March when we submitted the second application.
Oh, so there's no mention even in January, February then?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a quick question, sort of in line with what Councillor Townsend was asking. If you had known in November when you gave your application that they would be changing the bylaw, would you have accepted staff's recommendation to do two, or would you just have said, no, we're just doing the one?
It's hard to say in retrospect, but I think we either would have pushed back or we would try to have something in. This was the week before Christmas we found out. So if we found out at that time, it would have been tight, but I think we would have made an effort to try to get something in by the end of the year. So we didn't know at the time.
Right.
We didn't realize till after the fact.
Right. So you said that the development charges are how much again?
Almost 280,000.
And the taxes that you're going to be paying are?
Anywhere from 400,000 to 500,000 a year.
A year?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just out of interest, why did you feel the need to separate the property, the one property into two sections?
Because there's a road goes through the property that we created in two parcels. But at the time of the site plan application, the road wasn't created yet, so it was all one property. The road only became created last fall, I forget the date. So up until then, it was all owned by one property owner.
Okay, so you felt the need to separate it. So you made staff aware in November or December, or was it their recommendation that you separated, or was that your idea?
It was a staff recommendation that we separate to
So
submit a second application.
They made that suggestion to you in November or December that you do that?
Yes, yes, correct.
But at that time, there was no mention of the fact that you'd have to pay development charges on the second section?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Fothergill, for your presentation.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll call upon Adam Smith, the Director of Financial Management Services, to present.
All right, so good evening, Mayor Cisco, members of council, those in the gallery, and anyone watching online. Tonight I'll be providing a brief overview of the development charges complaint for 3 Abbot Street and the staff recommendation. Next slide. To start off, the Development Charges Act provides an avenue for a person required to pay DCs or their agent to make a complaint to council with a complaint that either the amount of DCs was incorrectly determined, so the math was wrong, that there was a credit that should have been used, or the amount of credit was incorrectly determined, or that there was an error in the application of the DC bylaw. This would be a complaint about how the bylaw was interpreted. Next slide. So with respect to the complaint before us tonight, I wanted to highlight a few key dates. So January 1st, 2022, as was noted by the agent of the complainant, was the date DC bylaw 2021-140 went into force and effect, which reintroduced development charge rates in the city of St. Catharines. March 29th, 2022 was the date the site plan application for blocks M and N of 3 Abbot Street was considered to be complete. This set the rates and the date from which interest is calculated for the development charges. February 17th, 2026, that is the date the site plan approval was given for blocks M and N. That's important because permits needed to be issued within 2 years of site plan approval under the city's DC bylaw for them to be eligible for the rates that were frozen at the date of site plan application. And April 7th, 2026 was the date DCs were paid and the building permits issued. And finally, on May 8th, the formal submission of a DC complaint was made. So on to the next slide. So here we've simply outlined the calculation of development charges as well as interest from March 29th, 2022 to permit issuance. I should note that under the more recent changes to the DC Act, the applicant does get the benefit of the frozen rate plus interest or the current rates, whichever are lower. In this case, the frozen rate plus interest was a little less than what the current rates, which are indexed each year by the non-residential construction cost index, worked out to be. So next slide. So the complainant in this case did reach out to staff regarding this complaint first at the end of 2024, requesting to seek an exemption from council. Staff reviewed the file and later in 2025 provided some direction back that we would need, that the complainant would need to make a DC complaint, and that they should be identifying what criteria the complaint was being made under, and that they needed to have site plan approval and be at building permit stage so that we could actually determine the potential development charge cost. The primary argument in the DC complaint received is with respect to fairness around the time and the planning process, but does not address any specific reasons for a complaint under the DC Act. So on to the next. So as there's no argument that the math was wrong, that there was a credit that should have been applied, or that there was an error in the interpretation of the bylaw, staff are recommending dismissal of the complaint. For council, under the Act, you have two choices. You can dismiss the complaint, or you can rectify an incorrect determination or error that was the subject of the complaint. In the one previous DC complaint that council has heard for 47 Hastings, the complainant provided an alternative interpretation and approach, which was supported by council. An interpretation that can be applied broadly would be the appropriate way to rectify an error if council feels there was one, rather than granting an exemption or simply waiving development charges, which could be considered bonusing. So finally, once council has made a decision, the clerk must mail notice no less than 20 days after council's decision has been made, and the complainant may appeal up to 40 days after council's made its decision. And that is my presentation.
All right, questions for Mr. Smith? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and welcome to your first meeting. Congrats on the promotion as well. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our, I guess, Director now, Director Smith. My question is, when staff would send out the correspondence on December 17th, is it common practice for maybe a municipality to flag that a significant change is coming in regards of development charges, when just out of like a due diligence thing, just to say, hey, just so you also know, starting January 1st, you know, I know it's not your department that deals with that, but isn't that just kind of like the common courtesy thing to do?
So again, I would refer that to
Okay, I'll ask that
Director
later.
Cathay.
Okay. I was trying to give you a hard question to start. But.
Thank you.
Yes, so sorry. Yeah.
I think Ms. Kittay's got an answer for you, Councillor.
Thank you.
So through the chair to the councillor, and this predated this council, we had the previous council around the time of Bill 109 had a development studies task force, and some of the products that came out of that were the DC bylaw, the Parkland Cash and Lieu bylaw, as well as the community benefits bylaw. All three came out around at the same time, and they were new tools that the municipality had not fully utilized in the past. And in doing so, it was important to us to provide a transition period for the development community who was already in the pipeline process. So the city's DC bylaw that came into force and effect on January 1st, 2022 actually had a 2-year transition clause. So the applicants that we were working with had 2 years to get to an approval point before DCs came into effect. And during that time, we had been working with the applicant. Where the unfortunate catch was this was just nearing the end of that 2-year transition clause that was identified earlier in the presentation, hence why the application that came in December still enjoyed the DC holiday versus the application that came in for the smaller portion came in March and did not meet the terms of the bylaw.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. And sorry, just going back to that, Joe, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Cathay, it's fair to say that within the 2 years prior that the applicant would have had at least some awareness that this was happening. And if I recall back, that was last term of council. It did kind of develop quite quickly through task force, and I think it was led by former Councillor Porter. But I'm just wondering, yeah, so they would have had some idea that this was coming.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I can't pinpoint any written correspondence where we made that known. That being said, we did have discussions with all of our applicants, certainly through the pre-submission consultation process as issues were brought to our attention.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lindell.
I'm going to add on to Councillor Townsend, if that's all right with you, Mr. Mayor.
I have no problem with that.
When he came in November and December to submit the application, and you knew this bylaw was going to come into effect in January, did you remind him at that time that this could happen, that he would be responsible for DC fees because he was still under the impression that he wouldn't be?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not able to find any correspondence to suggest that we did.
Okay. So in this instance, and I understand, by the way, congratulations on your promotion. And your presentation was magnificent, even though it was your first one. We were appreciative of it. So there's the 3 criteria that you're going with. But in this instance, he didn't know. And that's not one of the criteria. So is it possible that if somebody doesn't know something, that maybe instead of it coming to council, that there should be some sort of wiggle room for staff to make that decision?
So through the mayor to the councillor, staff interprets the bylaw. In this case, the bylaw is pretty straightforward in terms of the dates and the rates that are in effect for the calculation of development charges. So staff did not feel that we were in a position where we could make an interpretation that fell outside of what the calculation is. And I would say we were not provided with an alternative interpretation to consider either.
Okay, thank you. Is this where I can make a comment?
No, this
Okay.
is still the
All right,
public
thank
meeting
you.
portion.
Just checking.
Yep, no, I appreciate it.
Thank you for your presentation.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I understand the staff's point of view on the complaint, and there's no complaint according to the rules. But my question would be, because I don't understand this for clarity or whatever, why did staff suggest that the lots be split into 2 when there was already an application as for 1? And there was no DCs on that 1? And with the changes coming, they were going to have to pay on the second one. I don't understand why that happened.
Through the mayor to the councillor, it's a common practice that separate site plan applications exist and are registered on separately conveyable parcels. So Mr. Fothergill was correct that at the time the site plan application was made, it was one parcel, but through the pre-submission consultation process, we were aware of an upcoming draft plan of subdivision application that was supposed to come in first, but came in afterwards. But since we knew that a public road was going to be created, which is now Ellis Avenue, it creates two completely separately conveyable parcels. So it is standard and common practice across the GTA that you have separate site plan applications on those, so that if, should they change hands to different persons in the future, that the obligations and responsibilities of the site plan agreement travel with the property as they move forward. When the site plan application was made in the fall, there was still, because the drawings had already been created, there was still time to make that second application before the end of the calendar year.
Okay, so along with those lines, the reason the applicant changed was on recommendation from staff, though? Like, they were okay to leave it as one? It was on on your recommendation, your department's recommendation, that you split it into two? And I don't know if you had the knowledge that you knew that DCs were going to be coming, so I don't see how that was fair. Like, if they did that because of the suggestion of staff and then knowing that they were going to have to pay, that does not seem right. I don't know if that's a question like that. But,
That's not really a question,
well,
Councillor.
kind of
I
went
think
along with the same
that-
questions I had, but
you're delving into a comment situation here.
why did staff, like, they didn't answer why they suggested for them to split it? Like, there was no need. Did the applicant want that split, or was it just like staff asking for that to be split? That's the question.
That's the question? Okay, is that?
And it was kind of an answer, but it wasn't. I don't know.
Through the mayor to the councillor, it was a staff recommendation that two separate applications be made because there were going to be two separately conveyable parcels once the municipal road went between them.
I don't like that answer, but it's an answer, but it doesn't make sense.
And
to me.
it is a direct answer to your question.
True. Okay. Thank you. I'm done, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Planning. So it was conveyed to make two parcels of land. Was it conveyed that there was potential for development charges?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I am not able to pinpoint written communication that we suggested that. That being said, this was also 5 years ago.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Planning, have you asked the planner that was involved if that was conveyed?
Through the chair to the councillor, I have worked with the project planner. We've not been able to identify any written correspondence that was conveyed.
And I guess I'll be a little clearer on my question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Planning, did you ask if they conveyed it? I'm not asking if there was written correspondence. Did they convey it?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, the question was asked. And due to the length of time that has taken place, there's no memory of that, and we haven't been able to find anything formal.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to, I guess, the CAO, how can we prevent these things from happening again in the future? What steps have you taken as a leader to ensure this? Oh, hold on, I'm not done yet.
No, Councillor, so that's not actually appropriate for what we're doing at this exact moment. Okay. There is definitely a time for that question. I'm not saying it can't be asked this evening. It's just not at this moment.
Okay, then I'll ask another question. How many times has this happened? I guess, who am I going to ask this to? Maybe.
Okay, so Councillor, I would also suggest that also is not appropriate at this moment. We have to make a decision about this individual case. I think your questions are entirely valid. I just don't think they're valid in this process right now, which is a development charge complaint specific to 3 Abbot Street.
Okay, I'll reframe my question. Is this the only process to rectify the situation?
So through the banner, I would say it is.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'll save the rest of my questions.
Councillor Williamson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the relevant grounds that we have to, as a council, to hear this complaint seems to be about an error in the application of the bylaw. And I'm not sure Is there a duty for our planners to inform the applicant? And I noticed that this applicant's, the planner is from Hamilton. Is that something that we are obliged to do, or is there an expectation that that firm would know what was happening with changes in our DCs, development charges? I'm not sure if that's who could best answer that question.
Through the mayor to the councillor, going back to 2021, when we first instituted the city's DC bylaw, this was the first DC bylaw that the city had. The applicant of record is used to working with municipalities who have always had DCs in place. This was a newer process for the city. That being said, we did raise the DC. It was a practice of ours to raise the upcoming DC bylaw requirements through our pre-submission consultation process. Whether or not that was formally communicated to every single person at the time, I cannot confirm that given the amount of time that has passed. But yes, it is a practice that we inform our development community partners when they're at the pre-submission consultation stage as to what city policies and bylaws apply to their projects.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris.
I think the mayor's going to know what the next question I'm going to ask is. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Planning, I think I just asked if we communicated it to the applicant, and you just stated that it was your practice to communicate it to the applicant. So again, I'll ask, was it done in this instant? Well, you just said it was a practice, so I'm confused.
But then she also said that she can't confirm that it was done in every case, including in this case.
Okay.
All right, seeing no further questions for Mr. Smith. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. Is there anybody else in attendance who wishes to speak? All right, seeing none, can I have a councillor to move and second the recommendation? Councillor Phillips, is there a seconder? Councillor Ratzlaff. So the recommendation from staff is to dismiss. Councillor Harris, now would be the appropriate time. So if you would like to ask the questions you were going to ask, I think now is the appropriate time. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a quick question on procedure. If we defeat this, then can we make another motion to accept?
So there is an alternate motion. I will read the alternative motion that staff have put forward, that for the purpose of development charges calculation, only the initial site plan application deemed complete on December 20th, 2021 be considered to have covered blocks A to N, with the effect that no development charges are payable for that application. And that consistent with the council decision on the DC complaint for 47 Hastings, that subsequent site plan applications to update existing plans on the same site would only be subject to DCs for any units added from the initial site plan submission.
And that's if we defeat this first.
If this is
All right,
defeated,
thank you.
that is correct. Seeing no other questions or comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Mako.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that's lost.
Right, so we have the alternative motion. I'm going to ask if the council coordinator can bring that up on the screen. And do I have a mover and a seconder for the alternative motion? Councillor Lindell. Councillor Harris, did you want to second this one? Councillor Harris? All right. Seeing no questions, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Oh, I just had one quick question.
Councillor Harris?
I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO, how would we prevent this from happening again? What kind of protocols and procedures will you put in place as the CAO?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there's a couple, it's a very nuanced question. I'll give you a bit of a nuanced answer as well. So the DC legislation is very prescriptive in how it's applied. And it was new and is new to St. Catharines as of 2021. So as part of that addition in the transition clauses, there was a lot of communication areas where maybe we didn't provide all of the information to the development community at the time. Can't say specifically on all applications. Having said that, I think, you know, this is our second hearing that we've had. We took some learnings from the first go around.
Which one was that one?
47 Hastings. And we took some learnings from that process. And this is a very prescribed legislative requirement under the DC Act. Having said all of that, you know, there's a lot of discretion that council has in terms of how they can move forward. This is the alternative motion. I think as we continue to evolve as a municipality, as the legislation continues to change, I know our planning department, Director Cathay, and through the building team as well, have been doing quite a bit of work internally on process improvements, process reviews, working through that situation. That continues to be, you know, across the entire corporation. We've recently introduced through our office, customer service excellence, trying to improve how we work and deal with residents, businesses, development, community. All of that stuff is a continual area for improvement. But specifically when we talk about the Development Charge Act and regulations, this is the process. Unfortunately, it's a very formal one. We're going to be, I sent a memo to council late last week. There's a program that the federal government and the province have introduced on a DC change in program that we're looking at, which will change things moving forward if council so chooses. So, you know, I apologize for the long-winded answer, but we are continuing to work through them.
I guess my question is through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. When things like this happen, and obviously we're losing out on development fees. If things like this happen, what happens? Do we hold staff accountable?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, in this situation, you know, this is the process. We're trying to work through, and we did work through a very new type of legislation. I will follow up with our senior leadership team on how we move these things forward, but we do use these as learning opportunities for staff. And in this situation, it actually falls within the DC legislative program, and but obviously we take some learnings on this and follow up and try to improve.
Okay. I guess just one other question. I just needed you to refresh my memory. 47 Hastings, was that the procedure we had in here with the lawyers and stuff?
Through Mr. Mayor, that was the first hearing, and that's what I said. We had changed our process as a result of the first one, because this is our, most municipalities in Ontario have had DCs for 30 plus years. Yeah. We've had them for 5.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through you to the CAO. I did read your memo that you sent out. So this project would technically qualify for the DCRP as long as they get their application between June 1st and June 19th. Is that correct? That they could apply still for this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. The way the program is, it's for permits issued, and it's essentially, and we'll have more information to provide to council next week.
Okay.
But essentially, if projects are approved, then it is retro. Any DCs that have been paid as of after March 30th, 2026, moving forward, would all be rebated back.
Okay,
to the portion.
got it. I know this is all new too, so I don't expect you to have all the answers, but I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay, so I had turned voting mode on, which is why everybody's able to just open up their mic. I'm not blaming anybody, it's nobody's fault. But Councillor Stevens, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify, with this motion, what does that do for the applicant? They're getting back everything or part of it, or what's the outcome, please?
So through the mayor to the councillor, this alternative motion would essentially set the rate to 0, similar to the first block of which was blocks A through L of the development.
All right, thank you.
All right, seeing no other comments. Oh, Councillor Williamson. Sorry, it doesn't show up on my screen, that's
Oh,
why.
I see, sorry. Mine? Through you to Mr. Oakes, since we got into the discussion about the federal-provincial agreement on ending development charges, will the municipality, is the idea here, the intent that we're going to be made whole for what we're going to lose, or what's the status of that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so essentially the way the program is established, the municipality has to make a commitment to reduce the DCs at a minimum of 30 to 50%, up to obviously a maximum of 100%. The obligation to actually essentially reduce the DCs are contingent on an application that is infrastructure-based. So in our situation, we would go through our DC background study, which has identified various infrastructure-type projects. We would put an application forward or several applications forward that would then be sort of vetted at the provincial level. And if the value of the project is at a certain level, what we have to rebate and effectively not charge on the DC side from March 2025 through March 2035. It's a 10-year program. Essentially, we have to do that cost-benefit analysis to see whether or not we're made whole or not. Most likely, it wouldn't be made whole in its entirety. It's all dependent on the infrastructure value of application.
I will jump in and just say we are going to have a special meeting related to this topic, so I think that would be the time for a more fulsome discussion of what the program looks like.
Sure, but my impression is this sounds like it's going to be a complicated bureaucratic process, and that we're not. It's in another indirect form of downloading. That's my initial impression, but we're going to talk about it more. So, and looking at your body language, Mr. Mayor, you don't seem that impressed. Thank you.
Not with you, Councillor, but some concerns, yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Phillips.
Just before we close, I think it's important for council to realize that staff did not make a mistake here. They were going by what the policies were as far as looking at the request from the developer. Whether staff should have said, okay, do you realize in a month you're going to have to pay DCs? Yeah, we should have done that. But staff, correct me if I'm wrong, have not made a mistake. They were going by the rules very strongly, but they didn't make a mistake. So as far as going after whatever staff member it was to admonish them in some way, I don't think that's fair. You can suggest maybe to staff, okay, in the future, we're going to do citizens first, let's put it that way, if you want to use that term. But staff didn't make a mistake on this. They were going by what the policy said, and if council want to change the policy in some way or the bylaw, that's up to us.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll on the alternative motion on the screen.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. Moving on to item 7.3. This is the formerly 6.3 2026 Asset Management Plan Annual Update. Councillor Townsend, can I ask you to make the motion to receive? Okay, and Councillor Townsend, you are up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having reviewed this report, I have some concerns about some of the numbers in here. If I'm looking at, say, fire services, I'm just kind of scrolling down here, it's quite lengthy. It identifies the fact that equipment in fire services is 98% at the end of life. Yeah, I'm looking at city vehicles, 39% end of life. Cities' TVs are 100% at the end of life. Obviously, there's a lot of red flags in the IT department. Fleet services, there's a lot of significant numbers. Waste and wastewater tools are about 90% at the end of life. City's fleet, 87%. Parking equipment, I mean, whatever that means, 100% at the end of life. Okay, let me just go back to, let's look at fire services, for example. Are our firefighters using equipment that is, are the hoses falling apart? Are the uniforms falling apart? What does that entail, seeing things like 98% end of life? Vehicles, like I guess that's our fire trucks, 40% of them are almost 40% are at the end of life. Also, our emergency response is 83% at the end of life. Didn't we just expand and bring in a bunch of new fire services? Didn't we just bring in Niagara Falls and all these, we're providing these services? I'm wondering if staff could maybe just elaborate on some of these horrifying numbers when I look at them. And, if I'm a firefighter in the city and seeing those numbers, it's alarming. And what are we doing to, combat these really bad numbers to staff?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'll do my best. Fire chief would be much more abreast of the information than I would, but I can say that a lot of the information in the asset management plan is based on expected life for the various asset classes, and just because an asset has reached end of life doesn't necessarily mean that it's at imminent failure, I guess is what I would say. There is a higher risk of failure, but it does come down to the treatments that those pieces of assets have occurred over their life cycle to determine what type of life is remaining in those assets.
So when I look at, through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, so when I look at wastewater and wastewater tools at 89%, for me, I do have concerns that, is our drinking water going to be safe? When I look at our fleet, 87% of them are near the end, like our tires going to be flying off city vehicles. I'm just, it's alarming to kind of see, is there some safety concerns with some of the numbers that have been brought forward in this report? And do staff agree with the report that has been brought forward by, I believe it was a consultant company that provided this to the city, unless, I don't think staff, I think it was a consultant company that did it. Do staff agree with the numbers that have been presented here?
Through the mayor to the councillor, a lot of the numbers that you're referring to are numbers that were identified in the 2025 asset management plan that was approved by council. The report card that was provided tonight does not do a full rerun of the asset management plan. It just highlights asset classes where staff have made progress, tries to highlight areas where there's areas for improvement and things like that. So this information isn't new. It's what was provided tonight is just a snapshot of what was in the asset management plan.
Thank you, and I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, was this report done by a consultant company that was hired on to do this work, or was this all created by staff?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the report that is in the report before you tonight is information that was pulled from our asset management plan and our DOT software solution that has been implemented over the last year.
Thank you for that. Through Mr. Mayor, to staff, on the IT side of things, is there a plan to, some of the things on here, like, well, the POS systems they're saying they're 100% at their end of life. Meeting rooms need updating. TVs, I know there's one in the anteroom, so I'm not sure how this is 100% at the end of life. I'm just trying to get some ideas on, what are we doing to tackle some of these numbers, or is this just a template for, here's what some of the issues are, but we'll find a way forward? I'm just trying to get some the most horrifying one is seeing the fire services. I'm very concerned about that. And I know the the fire chief is not here to answer those questions.
The fire chief's online, and he will be able to answer. I'm going to let Ms. Ohosky answer a couple of your concerns because they're directly related to her portion of this, but then we can ask the fire chief to jump in.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Townsend, for your questions. First thing I wanted just, to verify, you asked the question, is our drinking water safe? Yes, we have an annual reporting, very regimented monitoring system that we report on regularly to council, and our results are above expectation, or above, standards on every report we've had, at least since I've been here. So yes. Something I wanted to make sure was aware is that these right now are based on some asset categories have way better data than others. So some of our asset categories are just based on length of time that something's been in service. We make our capital decisions on risks of failure. So just because something has been around for a very long time, which is generally what the key data set now is, as we evolve over time, our data is going to get better. We make those decisions based on risk of failure. So if an asset's really old, but we have concerns in another area, so for instance, drinking water, for instance, fire, where we're like, actually, that's a bit bigger risk, that one jumps the queue. Right now, and I think this came up in some of our council sessions on the asset management working group, some of our assets, so for instance, our parks infrastructure, that's based on age right now. We're working to get better data set on that, but councilors rightfully raised the point, you know what, actually, they don't look as bad when we're touring parks as our asset management plan is making it out to be. So right now it's an indicator. We evolve over time, but really the key decisions that are made that aren't necessarily directly translated to where we are in our data journey is on that risk of failure. And I can definitely turn things over to the fire chief to make sure you have reassurances from the fire chief in terms of the fire assets, which we are, those asset classes are improving over time as we implement the recommendations of the fire master plan as well.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I would like to hear if the fire chief is on or would be helpful. These numbers are pretty alarming for our fire services department.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, like the deputy CEO was saying, that there's a data set that they were using. A lot of I know the equipment piece at 81%. So between the pandemic and then as we've identified, there's been some supply chain issues that we've had a hard time procuring some of the equipment. Now, none of the equipment, of course, is failure related, but it runs on a 10-year life cycle. Does that mean that at the end of 10 years, it's no longer usable? No, it's still good equipment. And so a lot of the equipment that we have is on a replacement cycle, and we're continuing to upgrade as it goes. There are some supply chain issues that we've ordered equipment and we're waiting for it. Also, I mean, things have improved a fair bit as of recently. So we've been able to get some of the equipment, like we were waiting 6 months for helmets, for example. There was a supply chain issue. Now they've got that up and running. So we're able to get fire helmets again. Also, we're on the cusp of receiving an aerial, which is been ordered in 2023. So that's been 3 years in the making. So we look forward to seeing that arrive to our fleet at the end of summer. So we're seeing improvements all the time as things improve from a supply chain issue. And so I'm not concerned with what we're seeing here with fire services and the asset management plan. We're continuing to improve and move forward. And we're also obviously replacing our fire halls, and we just opened up the training tower. So things are moving in the right direction.
And thank you for that, Chief. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the fire chief. So this number in this report that's showing 98% of the fire services equipment is at end of life or poor condition. It's very fair to say that that's actually not accurate to this date. And then also the other one is the 83% that our emergency services are at the end of life and very poor condition. Those numbers are not, you would say they're not actually accurate.
Yeah, well, yes, they're accurate to a point, of course, with the data set, but I'm going to say, like, as of today, those numbers would be incorrect because we're continuing to see improvements with what we're being able to procure and get in as equipment. So yes, I would say the numbers are reflective of when the report was done, but not as we sit today.
Thank you, and thank you to staff for answering my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You indicated that this was a snapshot for 2026. How does this compare with other snapshots that we previously had? I get the impression there's one in 2025.
I'll look to the Deputy CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a snapshot. It's our first one. The 2025 asset management plan was required by the province by July 1 last year. So this is our first annual check-in. To compare it to the 2021 or the later one that had core assets wouldn't be an apples to apples comparison because the methodology the province required be changed. So this snapshot really just highlights some key changes from what you saw last year. I'd say from a data perspective, as I mentioned earlier, we still have a long ways to go to get beyond, I think, what most municipalities in Ontario have been doing to this point, which is just looking at age and that's it, which could provide an overinflated estimate of what municipalities need to invest in. It should be more focused on risk of failure. So I'd say this is our first time checking back in with council, but over time, as the data changes, we'll be able to track those trends a little bit better.
And do we know how this compares with other municipalities?
Through the mayor to the councillor, in terms of the methodology and where we are in our asset management maturity, we've been actually internationally recognized as a leader in terms of the software we've been implementing. We were featured last year, and I know our asset management and our work management systems are anticipated to be featured at an upcoming conference in the fall. So we are comparing quite favorably in terms of the trajectory on monitoring this compared to our peer group. And some of our staff have been looked upon as leaders in the center of expertise on how to do asset management.
Okay, thank you. So this is not necessarily a bad news report. It's has to be interpreted with great caution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. I appreciate Councillor Townsend bringing this up. Perhaps this one should have appeared on our discussion agenda to begin with. Just in regards to the fire trucks, I've been following an issue that's happened in the United States where these private equity operators have come in. They bought the three largest fire truck manufacturers in the United States, and there's been all kinds of allegations of price fixing, and the International Association of Firefighters have been involved, and I'm sure through you, Mr. Mayor, that our fire chief is aware of this, and we're probably trying to acquire Canadian equipment wherever we possibly can. That's kind of a question, Mr. Upper.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. That is correct. We know that there's one group that has purchased quite a few of the truck manufacturers. They also, it's a huge conglomerate that has everything from dump trucks to RVs to fire trucks. So they've really monopolized the market. And then as a fire service in St. Catharines, we definitely have tried to purchase Canadian. We know obviously with everything that's going on with tariffs that there's a buy Canadian preference. We purchased the last pumper tanker that we received last year from a company out of Quebec City. And Deputy Parker actually is leaving tomorrow to go back to Quebec City to do the final inspection on our next pumper tanker. So we're looking forward to receiving that at the end of the month. It is a challenge across the industry with regards to fire trucks and getting them in a timely fashion. And we know we're going to be faced with a bit of a delay with the rescue that we're going to be purchasing because it's a bit of a custom order. They don't make this particular truck. So this is going to be a 2-year build. And again, a Canadian manufacturer is going to be doing it. There's not a lot of truck manufacturers in the industry. So we're working with working as best we can with what Canadian companies are available for us.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, councillors. Before we go to the vote, I will just say, and I wanted to touch on this, I'm glad it came up. We're talking about risk management. We get into this argument at the region on a regular basis. We have over the last couple of years, especially when it comes to budget time and the asset management plan at the region. At the city, we employ a system of risk management. The deputy CAO talked about it. There are, There are standards for what the life cycle of a fire truck is or a fleet vehicle. And those numbers can give an impression that, you know, equipment, vehicles, whatever the case may be, is near end of life, when in reality, if it's well maintained and it's kept up, it can last quite a bit longer. So the numbers in the report don't look positive, but the way staff are managing the asset management plan through a lens of risk management, it keeps costs significantly lower. One of the conversations we've had at the region is that we need to be using that same system of risk management, because at the region, the plan to deal with the asset management plan has been the end of life for our assets is this, and so thus we have to replace it on this schedule, and so we need to institute these tax increases. And the tax increases work out to about a 40% tax increase over the next 10 years if we follow that asset management plan and strategy. So I'm going to applaud staff here at the city for taking a different view and taking this risk management lens when we talk about asset management, because I think it's offering better value to our taxpayers, and it's ensuring that we are replacing things when they have to be replaced and not simply when a book tells us that, oh, it's end of life now. If staff are doing a good job of maintaining our equipment, our fleet, whatever the case may be, then I think we should applaud them and keep using it. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Mako. Yes. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
And that was seconded by Councillor McPherson, correct? There we go. Presentations, there are none this evening. Discussion reports, there are none. Motions, there are none. Calls for notice of motion. Are there any notices of motion for the next meeting? I do have one. It will be related to the waiving of building permit fees for 159 Ontario Street. That is the affordable housing development going in at the old Hotel Dew site. And details will be brought forward in the coming days. Are there any other notices of motion? Seeing none. There are no committee and task force minutes, and so we will be heading to closed session. I will look to the clerk to explain why.
The motion to go into closed session will be for pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239 to see a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board regarding 25 YMCA Drive.
Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Ratzlaff, all those in favor? Opposed? Away we go. All right, motion arising from the closed session, 25 YMCA Drive. The recommendation is that the mayor and staff proceed as directed. Councillor Kushner, Councillor Harris. I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Kushner? Yes. Councillor Harris? Yes. Councillor, Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
No.
Councillor Mako? Yes. Councillor McPherson?
No.
Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff? No. Councillor Stevens?
No.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that carries.
Can I have a councillor to move the motion for the bylaws? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Lindell, that the bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to D be read a first time, considered and passed, and that they be signed and executed by the mayor and clerk. All in favor? Opposed? Motion to adjourn. Councillor Stevens, Councillor McPherson, all those in favor? Opposed? Good night.